to look at structuring their data so it could be used in applications within workflows. Now, the challenge in the supervisory space is that there's no structured data when it comes to kind of really policy or regulatory obligations or frameworks. Almost no one has a machine-readable rulebook with structured machine-readable regulatory instruments contained in documents. You're all publishing PDFs, unstructured data. And so there's this kind of infrastructure that continues to pump out human-readable documents, and we're all talking about AI. And you can say, well, a large language model can read human-readable documents. Well, we've heard some perhaps flags that so far is an imperfect process. So let's just take a step back and think of what kind of the ideal use case might be if you're either a supervised firm or you're actually a supervisor or policymaker. What you'd really like is to have highly accurate assessment of policy impact and regulatory burden. And so think about supervisors that get together and meet in committees at standard setting bodies, whether it be IOSCO or the BIS or wherever it is. And they come up with standards and principles that should be reflected in the regulatory frameworks of the authorities that are members. Just take IOSCO, securities regulators. Okay, so everyone goes back and they implement the laws and then the regulations that reflect those principles, but do they? Is there any way to really assess the alignment? Well, the assignment does occasionally get assessed because armies of people go in and read through documents and then try and have scoring and FSAPs, and everyone's been through these kinds of assessments. There's no technology brought to bear because the technology can't be brought to bear because there's no structured data to make that an efficient and accurate task. AI could play a huge role. So when you start to take a look at having a golden thread, right, that comes from standards and principles at the multilateral level, down through into the regulatory frameworks, into the policies used by firms to actually oversee, risk controls, processes, given their services or whatever they're undertaking and the regulatory obligations that they need to be able to respond to or be aligned with. That golden thread of alignment, if you could actually identify that and see it, assess it, and modify where necessary, would be immensely valuable. But you can't do it without structured data. So please, number one, stop producing PDFs. Just stop producing PDFs, create structured data so that systems like AI can ingest and use that structured data to increase accuracy. In particular, so there's two things that I think Mustafa brought out that I want to highlight. One, as he highlighted the accuracy challenge, but he highlighted something quite important, which is the lack of consistency, right? So there's a stability issue. You ask, I'm talking a generalized LLM, a prompt, you could get, and we've done this experiment. In fact, I'll talk more about that in a minute. You will get high likelihood of different answers asking the same prompt, exactly the same prompt, you'll get different responses. And so how do you trust that? This gets into the trust issue, because trust is a product of, to some extent, of consistency. But the energy efficiency issue is huge. And I think that's increasing. We've done work looking at a panel of 6 generalized large language models with a consistent set of prompts, measuring against specialized, trained small language models. And I'm going to come back to that in a minute. And what you see it asking, particularly in the regulatory and legal domain. So let's just focus on regulatory workflow work. And you have something like a classification task. Is this AML, or what is this obligation with AML? So very straightforward, apples to apples. And you see energy use per run in a specialized model that is working with like pre-processed structured domain data, 20 cents. A large generalized large language model that has to go all over the place, between $6.40 and $94 per run. Now, MIT came out with a study in July that basically said 95% of AI projects in enterprise have failed. What they really mean is they haven't gone from pilot to deployment. Now, think about deploying something at scale, and it's $94 a run. It doesn't work. The math doesn't work. So not only with generalized LLMs that do a great, fantastic job for individual productivity. We all use it. And I think that's what the MIT study highlights, is that when it comes to kind of individual use of ChatGPT or Claude or whatever it is, um, actually productivity and deployment for the individual is quite high. But when you try and take that into the enterprise, and supervisors need to take it into the enterprise, supervised firms need to take it, they need to take it into workflows. So what we found, and I will say, we have a substantive paper we're releasing on September the 15th that does benchmarking of specialized trained models on structured data in essentially regulatory classification tasks. And we use AML, and then we use crypto. And you see significant accuracy, consistency, and energy efficiency differences between the generalized large models and the small specialist models. I know there are supervisors that are using generalized LLMs, some big central banks that I'm aware, and are doing policy analysis stuff. And it's kind of shocking. So I hope this paper brings home the risk you are running if you are using generalized models for tasks that they are not designed to undertake with accuracy, stability, and cost effectiveness. So I guess the message here is that the impediment, in my opinion, to fundamental transformation enabling the use of AI is a lack of structured data. And when you take this accuracy challenge of generalist versus specialist models and you apply it into human in the loop workflows, or just in workflows, what you realize is no model enables, if it's a low error tolerance workflow requirement, like low error tolerance, regulatory and legal is pretty low tolerance. Neither the specialist model nor the generalist model is perfect. However, the specialist model is closer to perfect than the generalist model. If you deploy a generalist model and workflows, human in the work, you closer to humans got to be there. I think this is what David referenced. Then at the end of the day, if you don't have a certain performance level, you're creating more work because the output can't be trusted. So you need more checking. Specialist model, I believe, is above a threshold where you actually get a productivity gain in human in the loop workflows. But again, this is specialist trained models that requires structured data. Now, I know we're tight on time, and I was the last one to speak. So, Angela, I'm going to stop there, and I'll leave it at that.
Yes, I'm sorry, we have got to the end of the time, but thank you very much indeed. That has given us a lot to think about, indeed, as have all the panel. So can I ask you in the audience to give my panel a very strong round of applause. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you all. Good.
Есіңіздеме? Біз Юлий Цезарь сияқты бір уақытта бірнеше істі жасай аламыз. Бірақ әлдеқайда көп. Сіздің қолайлығыңыз үшін біздің қызметтеріміз енді жаңа Freedom Super App қосымшасында қолжетімді. Супер, солай ғой. Сондай-ақ жақын арада біз басқа да қызметтерімізді қосамыз. Тоқтаңыз. Тосын сыйларымыз мұнымен бітпейді. Біздің қызметтерімізді пайдалана отырып, сіз 30%-ға деген кэшбэк аласыз. Ал енді десертке көшейік. Біз жаңа Freedom валютасында әзірледік. Оның арқасында сіз Freedom Holding акцияларына байланған кэшбэк аласыз. Сондықтан сіздің кэшбэгіңіз бізбен бірге өседі. Тартымды естіледі. Солай ма? Freedom экожүйесі. Барлық нәрсе бір кликте.
Помните, что мы, как Юлий Цезарь, можем делать несколько вещей одновременно, только намного больше. И для вашего удобства теперь наши услуги есть в новом приложении Freedom Super App. Супер, правда? Также в скором времени в доступе будут и другие наши сервисы. Подождите, это еще не все сюрпризы. Пользуясь нашими услугами, вы получаете до 30% кэшбэка. А теперь перейдем к десерту. Мы также разработали новую валюту Freedom, благодаря которой вы получаете кэшбэк, привязанный к акциям Freedom Holding. И поэтому ваш кэшбэк растет вместе с нами. Звучит заманчиво, да? Экосистема Freedom. Все, что нужно в одном клике.
Penalty.
Раз, два, три.
Join me on Binance.
ITS is an international hub of liquidity and opportunities. Made in Kazakhstan, growing stronger with AIFC. The market has practically absolute liquidity, which enables any investment or speculative strategies to be implemented. ITS's infrastructure includes its own central depository and central counterparty. The availability of thousands of ITS investment instruments provides opportunities to diversify investments. An extended trading session allows investors to act upon financial news when other markets are closed. We operate in accordance with the AIFC rules, providing our clients with transparency and reliability. ITS has the largest turnover among the stock exchanges in Kazakhstan. ITS indexes grow along with global indexes. Be inspired, invest and lead with ITS.
At every moment, we're connecting businesses, governments, and 7 billion people to a global digital economy. We're designing easy ways to pay, across town or across borders, faster or later, from the comfort of your home or on the go. We're protecting people's data and identities. We're helping businesses make smarter decisions and making money more secure. We're bringing more people into the financial mainstream and helping small businesses get online to create a sustainable economy where everyone prospers. We strive to be a force for good, creating value, growing together, and moving fast for our customers and each other. At the end of the day, we're all about making connections, giving everyday moments more meaning. That's us. That's MasterCard. Powering economies, empowering people.
Есіңізде ме? Біз Юлий Цезарь сияқты бір уақытта бірнеше істі жасай аламыз. Бірақ әлдеқайда көп. Сіздің қолайлығыңыз үшін біздің қызметтеріміз енді жаңа Freedom Super App қосымшасында қолжетімді. Супер, солай ғой. Сондай-ақ жақын арада біз басқа да қызметтерімізді қосамыз. Тоқтаңыз. Тосын сыйларымыз мұнымен бітпейді. Біздің қызметтерімізді пайдалана отырып, сіз 30%-ға деген кэшбэк аласыз. Ал енді десертке көшейік. Біз жаңа Freedom валютасында әзірледік. Оның арқасында сіз Freedom Holding акцияларына байланған кэшбэк аласыз.
ITS is an international hub of liquidity and opportunities. Made in Kazakhstan, growing stronger with AIFC. The market has practically absolute liquidity, which enables any investment or speculative strategies to be implemented. ITS's infrastructure includes its own central depository and central counterparty. The availability of thousands of ITS investment instruments provides opportunities to diversify investments. An extended trading session allows investors to act upon financial news when other markets are closed. We operate in accordance with the AIFC rules, providing our clients with transparency and reliability. ITS has the largest turnover among the stock exchanges in Kazakhstan. ITS indexes grow along with global indexes. Be inspired, invest, and lead with ITS.
At every moment, we're connecting businesses, governments, and 7 billion people to a global digital economy. We're designing easy ways to pay, across town or across borders, faster or later, from the comfort of your home or on the go. We're protecting people's data and identities. We're helping businesses make smarter decisions and making money more secure. We're bringing more people into the financial mainstream and helping small businesses get online to create a sustainable economy where everyone prospers. We strive to be a force for good, creating value, growing together, and moving fast for our customers and each other. At the end of the day, we're all about making connections, giving everyday moments more meaning. That's us. That's MasterCard. Powering economies, empowering people.
Есіңізде ме? Біз Юлий Цезарь сияқты бір уақытта бірнеше істі жасай аламыз. Бірақ әлдеқайда көп. Сіздің қолайлығыңыз үшін біздің қызметтеріміз енді жаңа Freedom Super App қосымшасында қолжетімді. Супер, солай ғой. Сондай-ақ жақын арада біз басқа да қызметтерімізді қосамыз. Тоқтаңыз. Тосын сыйларымыз мұнымен бітпейді. Біздің қызметтерімізді пайдалана отырып, сіз 30%-ға деген кэшбэк аласыз. Ал енді десертке көшейік. Біз жаңа Freedom валютасында әзірледік. Оның арқасында сіз Freedom Holding акцияларына байланған кэшбэк аласыз. Сондықтан сіздің кэшбэгіңіз бізбен бірге өседі. Тартымды естіледі. Солай ма? Freedom экожүйесі. Барлық нәрсе бір кликте.
Помните, что мы, как Юлий Цезарь, можем делать несколько вещей одновременно, только намного больше. И для вашего удобства теперь наши услуги есть в новом приложении Freedom Super App. Супер, правда? Также в скором времени в доступе будут и другие наши сервисы. Подождите, это еще не все сюрпризы. Пользуясь нашими услугами, вы получаете до 30% кэшбэка. А теперь перейдем к десерту. Мы также разработали новую валюту Freedom, благодаря которой вы получаете кэшбэк, привязанный к акциям Freedom Holding. И поэтому ваш кэшбэк растет вместе с нами. Звучит заманчиво, да? Экосистема Freedom. Все, что нужно в одном клике.
penalty.
Join me on Binance.
ITS is an international hub of liquidity and opportunities. Made in Kazakhstan, growing stronger with AIFC. The market has practically absolute liquidity, which enables any investment or speculative strategies to be implemented. ITS's infrastructure includes its own central depository and central counterparty. The availability of thousands of ITS investment instruments provides opportunities to diversify investments. An extended trading session allows investors to act upon financial news when other markets are closed. We operate in accordance with the AIFC rules, providing our clients with transparency and reliability. ITS has the largest turnover among the stock exchanges in Kazakhstan. ITS indexes grow along with global indexes. Be inspired, invest, and lead with ITS.
At every moment, we're connecting businesses, governments, and 7 billion people to a global digital economy. We're designing easy ways to pay, across town or across borders, faster or later, from the comfort of your home or on the go. We're protecting people's data and identities. We're helping businesses make smarter decisions and making money more secure. We're bringing more people into the financial mainstream and helping small businesses get online to create a sustainable economy where everyone prospers. We strive to be a force for good, creating value, growing together and moving fast for our customers and each other. At the end of the day, we're all about making connections, giving everyday moments more meaning. That's us. That's MasterCard. Powering economies, empowering people.
Across the boundless steppes, at the heart of Eurasia, the Great Silk Road has crossed these lands since ancient times. A road that connected ideas and entire civilizations. The ancient nomads were part of this journey. Their nomadic way of life kept them connected across continents, as they once roamed for the finest lands. Today, the search for a thriving ecosystem brings business here, to the heart of Eurasia. Their anchor was the yurt, their home, flexible, open, and resilient. Today, such a center of gravity for business is the Astana International Financial Center, a place where ideas meet capital and partnership comes to life. AIFC is an international financial ecosystem built on the principles of English common law. Here, businesses benefit from a favorable regulatory environment, tax preferences, and open access to global capital. Everything needed to grow in a stable environment, where business truly matters, where trust is valued, where at the core stand transparency, partnership, and a global mindset. Honoring our roots, we're building an ecosystem where values are passed on to future generations. Here in Kazakhstan, a new center of gravity has emerged, a vital link between East and West, where resilience meets innovation and human capital shapes the economy of the future. AIFC, inspired by history, built on trust, designed for growth.
Есіңізде ме? Біз Юлий Цезарь сияқты бір уақытта бірнеше істі жасай аламыз. Бірақ әлдеқайда көп. Сіздің қолайлығыңыз үшін біздің қызметтеріміз енді жаңа Freedom Super App қосымшасында қолжетімді. Супер, солай ғой. Сондай-ақ жақын арада біз басқа да қызметтерімізді қосамыз. Тоқтаңыз. Тосын сыйларымыз мұнымен бітпейді. Біздің қызметтерімізді пайдалана отырып, сіз 30%-ға деген кэшбэк аласыз. Ал енді десертке көшейік. Біз жаңа Freedom валютасында әзірледік. Оның арқасында сіз Freedom Holding акцияларына байланған кэшбэк аласыз. Сондықтан сіздің кэшбэгіңіз бізбен бірге өседі. Тартымды естіледі. Солай ма? Freedom экожүйесі. Барлық нәрсе бір кликте.
Помните, что мы, как Юлий Цезарь, можем делать несколько вещей одновременно, только намного больше. И для вашего удобства теперь наши услуги есть в новом приложении Freedom Super App. Супер, правда? Также в скором времени в доступе будут и другие наши сервисы. Подождите, это еще не все сюрпризы. Пользуясь нашими услугами, вы получаете до 30% кэшбэка. А теперь перейдем к десерту. Мы также разработали новую валюту Freedom, благодаря которой вы получаете кэшбэк, привязанный к акциям Freedom Holding. И поэтому ваш кэшбэк растет вместе с нами. Звучит заманчиво, да? Экосистема Freedom. Все, что нужно в одном клике.
penalty.
Join me on Binance.
ITS is an international hub of liquidity and opportunities. Made in Kazakhstan, growing stronger with AIFC. The market has practically absolute liquidity, which enables any investment or speculative strategies to be implemented. ITS's infrastructure includes its own central depository and central counterparty. The availability of thousands of ITS investment instruments provides opportunities to diversify investments. An extended trading session allows investors to act upon financial news when other markets are closed. We operate in accordance with the AIFC rules, providing our clients with transparency and reliability. ITS has the largest turnover among the stock exchanges in Kazakhstan. ITS indexes grow along with global indexes. Be inspired, invest, and lead with ITS.
At every moment, we're connecting businesses, governments, and 7 billion people to a global digital economy. We're designing easy ways to pay, across town or across borders, faster or later, from the comfort of your home or on the go. We're protecting people's data and identities. We're helping businesses make smarter decisions and making money more secure. We're bringing more people into the financial mainstream and helping small businesses get online to create a sustainable economy where everyone prospers. We strive to be a force for good, creating value, growing together, and moving fast for our customers and each other. At the end of the day, we're all about making connections, giving everyday moments more meaning. That's us. That's MasterCard. Powering economies, empowering people.
Across the boundless steppes, at the heart of Eurasia, the Great Silk Road has crossed these lands since ancient times. A road that connected ideas and entire civilizations. The ancient nomads were part of this journey. Their nomadic way of life kept them connected across continents, as they once roamed for the finest lands. Today, the search for a thriving ecosystem brings business here, to the heart of Eurasia. Their anchor was the yurt, their home, flexible, open, and resilient. Today, such a center of gravity for business is the Astana International Financial Center, a place where ideas meet capital and partnership comes to life. AIFC is an international financial ecosystem built on the principles of English common law. Here, businesses benefit from a favorable regulatory environment, tax preferences, and open access to global capital. Everything needed to grow in a stable environment, where business truly matters, where trust is valued, where at the core stand transparency, partnership, and a global mindset. Honoring our roots, we're building an ecosystem where values are passed on to future generations. Here in Kazakhstan, a new center of gravity has emerged, a vital link between East and West, where resilience meets innovation and human capital shapes the economy of the future. AIFC, inspired by history, built on trust, designed for growth.
Penalty.
Join me on Binance.
All right, that was a good word from all of our sponsors. And I think our biggest note for the organizers is next year we need bigger rooms, and that's a great thing. So it's an honor for me to moderate this panel here this morning, that we really have a high-powered set of speakers, and we have a deep topic to discuss of building a digital economy for the future and creating a crypto city. And we'll talk about what that means and how everybody is pulling toward that path. And so when I looked at artificial intelligence of what is a crypto city in a digital economy, I got 6 points of that a country needs strategic planning. And we've got panelists for that, for sure. We have a minister here with us this morning. We need a digital infrastructure, supportive policies and regulations. We've got those people all in the room. A digital ecosystem, investments in technology, and investments in human capital. So today I'm very proud to say that on the panel we have Jaslan Medeev, the Minister of Digital Development, Innovation, and Aerospace. He began his career at Morgan Stanley, but had a number of roles in the presidential administration, Samrak Kazina, and the Development Bank of Kazakhstan, and the National Bank. So welcome. And before you became minister, you were head of Binance. So we have 2 Binance votes here today. They always seem to get an advantage. Next, we have Binur Zhelinov, the Chief Digital Officer and advisor to the Governor of the National Bank of Kazakhstan. And is really in charge of the key component of the digital economy is how are payments made. He's the chairperson of the National Payments Corporation of Kazakhstan and the Banking Service Bureau of the National Bank of Kazakhstan. Welcome to you, Binur. Next, we have Nurkat Kushimov, the General Manager of Binance, Kazakhstan. He's responsible for promoting innovation in the country's digital asset market and working with a number of counterparts. And before going to Binance, he was, of course, the CEO of the Astana Financial Services Authority. So welcome, Nurkat. And last but not least, we have Talgat Dosanov, the founder of Intabix and the lead of the Solana super team in Kazakhstan. So very happy to have all of you here today. And before we get started with questions, I'm going to start with 3 quotes, one of which is an old quote that I use a lot these days and is extremely powerful, from Charles Darwin. And it starts out, "It is not the strongest who survives. It is not the most intelligent who survives. It is the survivor is the most adaptable to change." And that's exactly where we are right now in building a digital economy. And then the 2 quotes I had in addition to that were just from this morning with the advisor to the president, Kanat Sharlapayev, that we need liberalization of digital assets from regulators and governments in Kazakhstan, and the second from the governor of the National Bank, Timur Suleimanov, that there is no way to turn this tide back, so we have to get on with it. So I'll start now with my first question, and I'm going to come to you first, Jaslan, if you don't mind. That Kazakhstan is clearly focused and really laser focused right now, I think, on digitalization and innovation. And then you're the forefront of that. So if you could highlight what your current objectives are, what you're working on, and what we see in the future.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the event for inviting to this important panel. It's good to see that from year to year the crypto and blockchain topic is becoming more and more interesting and based on the people that we have in the room, understanding people, so it means that kind of correlates with the overall adoption rate of crypto in Kazakhstan. But the overall adoption rate in the world is continuing. So currently, based on various statistics, like 400 to 500 million of crypto users all over the world, predominantly in emerging markets. And so it's important for Kazakhstan to be at the forefront of this important technology. So we believe that crypto will stay with us, I mean, maybe forever going forward. And so Kazakhstan has to promote this crypto-friendly, tech-savvy regulation in order to make this technology possible for those crypto adopters and people, the government agencies, and financial institutions with necessary infrastructure. And we think that there are different layers. Almost the whole value chain right now is well regulated in Kazakhstan. Of course, we are continuing coming up with new regulation in order to improve, in order to make this industry very transparent. So as per the statistics, maybe 5 to 10% is only in the transparent area right now in terms of the crypto use in Kazakhstan, and the most part of the market is still in the gray zone, and sometimes there are some miscommunications between the crypto users and the legal enforcement agencies right now. But with the regulation, it's important to bear in mind that I mean we have to not to over-regulate the market. We need to make the regulation is in a way that it's more attractive and convenient to use crypto in a more transparent way rather than vice versa. In order to for the monetary authorities, fiscal authorities to understand. And this is like, we have to create a very attractive funnel. So in order for authorities to understand what is the overall flow, circulation in this market. So, and the already steps and strides are being made towards that. There is a quite clear regulation on crypto mining industry, of accreditation of mining pools, the regulation of crypto exchanges, and we see that the big names are entering Kazakh market, getting licenses in AIFC, and they are allowed to integrate with banks to create the crypto fiat channels, on-off-ramp channels, and the official ones. And but it's important to allow for those platforms not to over-regulate those fiat channels in order to make them more attractive to bring the crypto into the regulated zone. And of course, within the government, there are a number of projects within this crypto city concept. So we see it as not a particular city. Of course, there might be some areas, territories with a more self-regulated environments or more crypto-friendly environments, but we see it as a whole overall concept where the government, the national bank, has to provide all the conditions where the crypto can be used easily for the payment of goods and services, hotels, restaurants, with the use of some maybe crypto fiat channels and the technologies that already exist right now in various companies and in the world. And in addition to that, more friendly regulation should come up to regulate crypto exchange shops, crypto ATMs, crypto cards, and other crypto services. And we, in addition to that, right now the crypto is seen more as a trading instrument, but over time the GovTech solution will be unlocked, in our opinion. And we in the digital ministry already have piloted several projects using the blockchain technology, especially in the secondary market, real estate sales, and the collateral registration of the collateral when you get a loan from the bank. And we see that up to now around 400,000 transactions has happened already, and no complaints. The transactions are happening in a matter of hours as compared to several days in the past. And everything is transparent, the signatures are automatic, and so we believe that the GovTech solutions will start to appear with the adoption of the blockchain technologies. And also, we see in the future, we see, well, the crypto is the currency of AI. In the future, there will be many platforms and AI agents that will be interacting with each other, talking to each other, make automatic payments. The crypto will be paid automatically between those AI agents. And so the important is that the energy efficiency should be bear in mind, and because that AI, blockchain, crypto requires quite a huge amount of energy, and green energy, efficiency of the current energy sources, because whatever is good for crypto is good for Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a proof of stake. We need energy, and I think Bitcoin will not go away. It's a good store of value, will grow. The central banks, authorities should consider it as one of the other asset class, reserve asset, and with some allocation, and because the volatility will be still there, but over time with the higher adoption, the better regulation, the funds are there right now, the amplitude of the volatility probably will go down. And because if you look at the historical evidence, so every other peak, every other bottom is higher than the previous ones. So it's a finite instrument. So I think that's we should really keep this in mind. So GovTech solutions, crypto reserves, crypto ATMs, crypto cards, stable coins, programmable tokens, tokenization of everything, real estate, securities, all those efficiencies will be with us in the future. So, and this is where keeping this in mind while promoting the regulation on that area. Thank you.
Fantastic, and that's a great food for thought, and that's a lot you have on your table, Minister, to get all of this moving in the right direction. I'm going to turn now to Binur, and I counted 4 times during the first presentation that don't over-regulate. So now I'll turn to a regulator from the National Bank of Kazakhstan. And you're really unlocking what the key to all of this is the payment channels. And you're exploring, I know, CBDCs, you're exploring stablecoins, you're certainly exploring tokenization. And how is all that fitting in now with the digital economy? Binur.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Thank you, first of all, again, to conveners, organizers of this wonderful platform, to share our views how crypto industry in Kazakhstan would evolve. Well, last year we established a strategy for digital transformation of the financial regulators, including National Bank and Agency for Financial Regulation and Development Market, which has many pillars and many projects, but relevant to today's discussion, a couple of them. The first is development of what we call national digital financial infrastructure, which includes national payment systems, national payment schemes, eKYC solution based on biometric identification, fraud prevention solutions, and many others. And one of our national payment systems is blockchain-based. It's digital tenge, central bank digital currency, the first CBDC in the region. We now, in my opinion, found a proper product market fit for CBDC, which is government-related payments. We already have 270 billion digital tenge circulating in the economy, and with support of the ministry and overall the government, we're now expanding the use of CBDC in public finance. And the blockchain there enables programmability of money, and in turn programmability enables corruption prevention tools, higher transparency, etc., etc. So we believe that is a proper use case, and we hope that it would solve real world, it's already solving real world problems, and the positive effect will evolve. We're also working on the faster payment scheme. We now have 7 banks integrated. By the end of the year, all of the banks will be integrated. That is unified QR, peer-to-peer transfers, and all of that payment rails that we developed, in our opinion, should be interoperable with crypto. Regarding crypto, we, according to the order of the President Tokayev, starting from the last year in cooperation with government, we developed a set of legal amendments that would liberalize the crypto market in Kazakhstan. First of all, we fundamentally will withdraw the ban for crypto circulation in mainland, in Kazakhstan economy. Second, we are creating a licensing regime for OTC crypto shops, crypto exchanges, meaning that there are going to be more crypto to fiat channel. We're also working on expanding the current crypto to fiat channels, both in terms of limits and access to these crypto to fiat channels. We are working on the entire regulatory framework for tokenized assets. So in that regard, we are introducing new taxonomy of digital assets. We hope that Parliament will support this. There are going to be like 4 types of digital assets. The first is unbacked, which is crypto or foreign stablecoins. The second category is backed tokens, which will include natively tokenized financial assets when you're issuing a bond or security natively on the blockchain. The second is financial asset collateralized token, when you have existing, for example, bond or security and put it as a collateral and then have a token. And the third are stablecoins, obviously. And we believe that tenge-backed stablecoins is a key here, to be honest. When we're thinking of the fundamental rationale and idea behind the crypto regulation in Kazakhstan from central bank point of view, I would like to share this story. So on July 18th, the President Trump signed and Congress passed the 2 important acts, Genius Act and Clarity Act. These legal amendments led to higher institutional adoption of digital assets, and more broadly, it increased the demand for digital assets. And as we all know, 98%, almost 98% of that demand is served with USD-pegged stablecoins. And we also have other network effects when USDT playing not only a role of means of payment in crypto, but also starting to play a role in adjacent payment services such as e-com, remittances, cross-border, etc., which certainly poses risk to emerging economies in terms of hidden dollarization, what we call cryptization of economy. And the only recipe to prevent this risk is to create local sovereign ecosystem, local and sovereign value chain that is served with national currency, obviously in crypto format. So we do believe that tenge-backed stablecoin is an important part of the recipe of the monetary sovereignty in this new crypto era. But again, just issuing the tenge stablecoin wouldn't help. You need the ecosystem around market makers. You need deep liquidity. You need integration of this tenge-backed stablecoin to existing financial infrastructure. You have to build the entire settlement mechanism to enable interoperability, to make actually this means of payment. And we right now working on all of that. While we're still working on legal amendments, we launched the regulatory sandbox, and we already have 8 projects submitted to the sandbox and which get approval. 3 projects to launch tenge-backed stablecoin, one from Binance, from Intebix with Solana, another with other fintech, and 5 projects related to different type of tokenization of real estate, of equity, etc. We also have more than 15 projects now under review, and we believe that in the moment when we have like legal amendments passed, we will already have some key ecosystem players. And we also in a deep discussion on the potential state crypto reserve. And again, what is the goal of state crypto reserve? There are different strategies, right? The President Trump, for example, just saying, okay, we're gonna hold, and we're gonna like have 1 million Bitcoin, whatever, in 2045. But I do believe there are much higher potential utility functions of this crypto reserve, potentially to be, who knows, a liquidity pool to tenge-backed stablecoins, and that would help us to solve this chicken egg problem of demand and liquidity. But we'll see so many things under discussion. We work in close collaboration with Ministry, obviously, with Agency for Financial Regulation and Development, and we hope that we would be able to build truly interoperable traditional financial infrastructure and crypto potentially in the future, DeFi, so that the end consumer can enjoy different types of investing, spending, etc. Thank you.
Very good. And you can already see the time and energy that Kazakhstan is devoting to this topic. And again, when we move to a digital economy, the world order shifts. There's really no leader right now. Everyone has a chance to lead in this area, and Kazakhstan is doing a great job of leading on this front. So thank you to you both. Nurkat, I'm going to come to you now. I think we got a little tip of the hat there to the role of Binance in providing liquidity, being an exchange. But how do you see a crypto city? How do you define a crypto city, and how does Binance play into that concept?
Yep. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for organizers for inviting us here, and thank you for this panel. I think there were so many great things just spoken yesterday and today and right now, and I think kind of the concept or the words crypto city, and as the minister mentioned, it's not shouldn't be a location or kind of some physical space or I don't know particular city. It could be, but it shouldn't be used only in that way. I think crypto city is a much broader concept, same like we used to have like smart cities or green cities or kind of other concept of actually kind of broader and deeper ecosystem. And a crypto city for me personally is that particular concept where you enable a development. This is a developmental concept, a development of that industry where the whole ecosystem and infrastructure could come together. It's not only crypto is a means of investments and trading and kind of and personal use, but it's much deeper and broader concept of infrastructure. It's first of all, it's a technology development. So a lot of blockchain innovations and kind of new apps and products coming on a blockchain network using smart contracts, and that actually again is as was said, this is the one very big part of AI enablement as well. So kind of AI agents will use blockchain to talk to each other. Then the educational part. This is another layer. So people need to be educated there. There need to be a very big pool of talent that could enable that as well. And then all other layers. And one of that is, which we're discussing today, is a payment. And we see already the convergence of traditional and DeFi payment rails. And I guess here we need to move in kind of two ways. Kind of 2 points are very important. One is that liberal, because we don't know how that will evolve, and it's difficult to predict. Of course, there are some risks, but generally, I think what we need to do is that we enable different models, and if they develop, we see how they develop, and we then kind of could mitigate or regulate it. And I guess that kind of from what Dinur just said, the sandbox regime is kind of very important part of that infrastructure as well. And sandbox regime that we have at AFC as well. That's kind of two important parts that give that liberal stance. Second, and I would want to come back to your quote from Darwin that those who adapt will survive. I think it needs to have some adding. The one who adapts quickly will survive. So I think we need to move quickly and kind of with the high speed, because there is also jurisdictional competition, and we see it now. And as I said many times, in many other financial industries or sectors, it's very difficult for Kazakhstan to compete and take their own place, right place in the global financial market. But here with the crypto and digital assets and the whole blockchain infrastructure and development, I think we could be one of the leading jurisdictions. And you know how it works. When we build this hub, crypto city concept, it actually then attracts, so it gravitates everyone into that concept, into that space. And liquidity creates more liquidity. Players create more players, and projects creates more projects. So I think that what kind of personally for me crypto city concept is, and I guess this is how we need to kind of frame it and develop that.
Very good, thank you, Nurfak. Talgat, I'll come to you now with a similar question. I mean, you're heading Intabix, and you've been specifically associated with Solana, which I think is a fantastic. The crypto world is more than Bitcoin, right? With the exchanges. So how do you see a crypto city? How do you see things developing from your view?
Thank you, Brian. Hello, everyone. I receive this question every day from our global partners. And to be honest, I don't have a clear answer. So every time I just think, and I honestly trust the government knows better. They just keep the best moment till the last, until they announce it. And for me, from what I see in my experience working with global companies such as Solana and Tether, we know for sure that Kazakhstan has a unique opportunity right now to position itself in the crypto city, not just a user of digital assets, but as a builder of digital assets. As you rightly mentioned, we need to build human capital, we need to build a clear regulation and on-ramp, off-ramp infrastructure. And that's where Solana and Intabix come from, and that's where we have a lot of synergy. After a successful event which we organized with Solana and the Ministry of Digital Development, AIFC and Astana Hub 2 months ago, called Solana Economic Zone, Solana decided to launch the first super team in the whole of the region. Super team is basically the branch of Solana, and Kazakhstan will now represent not just Kazakhstan, but Central Asia and CIS region. And what it means for Kazakhstan, it has a lot of advantages. At the moment, we are already launched a free education on Web3 with Ministry of Digital Development and Astana Hub. So far, we have 650 people are going through the education on Web3 right now. 140 already passed the module 1 and receiving a certificate, which is very important for the future development of our industry. Second part is, of course, the hackathon, together with Blockchain Center and again with the government. Next week, we are launching the first national hackathon, Solana Day, powered by Decentraton. It will cover 20 cities, online and offline, and the main prize pool is $20,000. So it's good money for people who are just starting to build on Solana or just any other Web3 developers. But the most important is a gateway for those winners to actually participate on a global scale and compete on a global scale, because the winners of hackathon will be able to participate on global Solana ecosystem hackathons with a prize money of $250,000. And after that, they will be receiving a lot of employment offers, job offers. So that's the main target of Solana in Kazakhstan, to develop the human capital, to grow its ecosystem, and they see a lot of potential here. And since Kazakhstan is a hub now for Solana in Central Asia and CIS region, we see a lot of potential, and we really want to be part of crypto city concept. And Interbix is, of course, one of the first regulated exchanges at AIFC. We launched the crypto fiat rails already with AFSA and the National Bank. It's clear regulation. Now we are developing a stablecoin, KZT-backed stablecoin with Solana and Eurasian Bank. And of course, for us, like the great opportunities just lie ahead, and we see a lot of potential. But the most important points that I want to touch on is, of course, to develop a human capital and provide a clear regulatory framework, because for companies that wish to come from outside, Kazakhstan is still not very clear, understandable market, but with big forums like Astana Finance Days, Digital Bridge, and what we did with Solana in Kazakhstan, I think it's very important to provide a clear guidelines on what the foreign companies can receive in Kazakhstan. Yeah.
Thank you, Kalkat. Now we've got about 10 minutes left, so I'm going to ask 2 questions and let the panel go right through with the same 2 questions. First question to each of you is, what do you think is the #1 priority in your mind right now? What do we need to do today, right now? After Astana Finance Days, we go back to our desk. This is #1. Secondly, and Talgat, you touched on this, human capital of who and how do we get financial literacy into the system so that people understand this digital transformation and know the risk of products that are coming toward them. So I'll start with you, Jocelyn.
Thank you. So in my opinion, I believe that the most important thing right now is the trust, to build the trust. Trust in rules, trust in digital assets, and trust in maybe payment infrastructure. So we need to massively use those regulatory sandboxes of National Bank, of AIFC, so the market should initiate more and more projects in order to test them in the sandboxes to make sure that they are all well tested and secure. On the top of this, educational initiatives are really important. So the universities, the broader general population should be well educated, and the sandbox will really enable those education to have it hands-on experience with those technologies. And because I believe that the combination of regulation, infrastructure, and human capital development is the core to bear in mind while developing and adopting those technology. Okay.
Very good. Fantastic. Binur.
Yeah, I think what is important is also a balance, right? Of course, we are about to liberalize the market, but in turn, we have to also increase our capacity for compliance and all this stuff, because that's a key, the cornerstone of trust, right? Because if we liberalize too much and we'll have a lot of fraud and other bad things, we will lose this first shot. And in that case, it would be almost impossible to restore this trust. So it is important to build that properly, not over-regulate, not over-comply, but still have a proper tools equipped. And the second important aspect, I think, what is critical is involvement and high involvement of traditional financial infrastructure players to crypto and vice versa. And I'm not talking about just crypto. I'm talking broadly about tokenization, DLT, and blockchain and all this stuff. Unfortunately, at the moment, there is no so much capacity within the traditional financial infrastructure players like banks or other players. We have to, I think, focus on that. Because in the end of the day, they're gonna be probably the key front end for the end consumers for some kind of crypto services. And inevitably, as everyone told, the payment infrastructure, so they are essentially the holders of critical financial infrastructure. And we need to build synergy between two worlds. From the traditional financial infrastructure, it's user experience, security, compliance, and all the stuff. From the DeFi world, cross-border aspect, programmability, 24/7 settlement, et cetera, et cetera. And the combination of two requires the understanding of TradFi about DeFi and vice versa. So I think we should establish this dialogue. I think the regulator plays a key role here. Yeah, that's what we are focusing on now.
Very good. And I think that's a great segue. And you know, a lot of people say, you know, instant payments brings instant fraud. You know, and right now with AI, you know, coming into play in a much bigger way, that the emails you get now, everyone questions everything. You know, my mom calls me just about every email that she gets and asks if this is an AI function. But how is the National Bank moving toward using AI as well? If I could just keep you for a second there.
Well, that's a huge topic. But by the end of this month, we will announce the specific roadmap for the AI development in financial regulator operations, but also some new announcements together with Agency for Financial Market, what we call regulatory super sandbox for AI, FCA inspired. And we also now, again, in close collaboration with the government, working on what we call AI conveyor. So we now are building the infrastructure, GPUs and all the stuff. We hired the proper talent. And now it's going to be a conveyor, right? So we're going to develop several AI agents, and so there are going to be some official announcements soon. So, but just to teaser, that's like
very good. Watch this space. Yes, thank you, Peter. Nurkat, I'll come to you with the same questions, and I know Binance has done a lot in working with financial inclusion, financial literacy. So, you know, if you could touch on those points.
Yeah, thank you. I think kind of definitely education and financial literacy is a very important topic, and I think it needs to be taken at least in two different layers provided for kind of from the crypto industry ourselves, like for example Binance Academy, other products. We also will have a couple of initiatives this autumn which will provide that broader education to the population of Kazakhstan. But also the second important kind of layer or stream where I think sometimes is a bit overlooked is the use of a traditional financial system as a gateway. Because we quite often discuss this on-ramp, off-ramp, and payment rails in between crypto and traditional financial worlds. But I guess it's not only the topic we need to discuss. There's kind of, most people do have already existed trust with their financial partners. For example, if I'm a user of a bank, I normally has a bigger trust to that bank. If I'm a kind of client of a brokerage house or a particular custodian, then also I have a much higher trust and much higher engagement with this traditional financial partner. So I think we need to use that angle first to increase financial education and financial literacy in digital asset world, because this is the trusted partner that could actually make that happen on a much bigger scale. Secondly, I think we need to use that as a gateway to the digital asset world and provide actually very safe infrastructure, very safe partnership that could enable that. And we also do have products, a number of products that could easily enable like Binance Pay, Binance Link, other institutional products that actually like operates on a B2B2C models. I think that kind of couple of things that are important. Of course, there are much more to that. And in terms of your first question, what will be the highest priority, I would absolutely agree with the ministry and Binur that we need to create a trust. And for me today, the highest priority is that we work with the legislators, with the government, with law enforcement and other agencies to kind of provide that clarity. Because there are, as the industry is at a very early stage, and current unclarities that exist is actually preventing us to develop probably in a better and a more secure and transparent ways. And I think we need to provide that clarity on taxation, on regulation, on the use of banking system and other aspects. And this is a very kind of serious and very important developmental goal.
Very good. Thank you, Nurkat. And Talgat, give you the last word.
Yeah, I can see that I don't have much time, so short answer for short term, of course, it's understandable payment infrastructure, and in the long term or mid term, it has to be a development of human capital.
Fantastic. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, and join me in thanking the panelists. Thank you.
Раз-два. 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 Раз-два.
Across the boundless steppes, at the heart of Eurasia, the Great Silk Road has crossed these lands since ancient times. A road that connected ideas and entire civilizations. The ancient nomads were part of this journey. Their nomadic way of life kept them connected across continents, as they once roamed for the finest lands. Today, the search for a thriving ecosystem brings business here, to the heart of Eurasia. Their anchor was the yurt, their home, flexible, open, and resilient. Today, such a center of gravity for business is the Astana International Financial Center, a place where ideas meet capital and partnership comes to life. AIFC is an international financial ecosystem built on the principles of English common law. Here, businesses benefit from a favorable regulatory environment, tax preferences, and open access to global capital. Everything needed to grow in a stable environment, where business truly matters, where trust is valued, where at the core stand transparency, partnership, and a global mindset. Honoring our roots, we're building an ecosystem where values are passed on to future generations. Here in Kazakhstan, a new center of gravity has emerged, a vital link between East and West, where resilience meets innovation and human capital shapes the economy of the future. AIFC, inspired by history, built on trust, designed for growth.
At every moment, we're connecting businesses, governments, and 7 billion people to a global digital economy. We're designing easy ways to pay, across town or across borders, faster or later, from the comfort of your home or on the go. We're protecting people's data and identities. We're helping businesses make smarter decisions and making money more secure. We're bringing more people into the financial mainstream and helping small businesses get online to create a sustainable economy where everyone prospers. We strive to be a force for good, creating value, growing together, and moving fast for our customers and each other. At the end of the day, we're all about making connections, giving everyday moments more meaning. That's us. That's MasterCard. Powering economies, empowering people.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rashid Geising. I'm an independent director of AFSA. As you know, AFSA is a regulator here at AIFC. Welcome to our session, which is to regional development and regional supervision of financial activities. And by the region, we mean Central Asia and Caucasus. And I think we have excellent, very distinguished representatives from all the major countries, major economies in the region, in both Caucasus and Central Asia. Today, I think in this very difficult geopolitical climate, regional cooperation is far more important than it was before. Globalization is a new thing. We have to live and work with our neighbors. We cannot choose them. We have to work and do business, do profitable business with those who are next to us. And I think that's something we are learning in a hard way, because I just want to ask, out of curiosity, how many of you were on business, not leisure, to Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Uzbekistan? On business? 5, 6, okay, 7. Great. Well, I hope next year, if I ask the same question, it will be at least half of the audience, I hope. And that's why we have these kind of sessions where we want to show the opportunities, not just in Kazakhstan, not just AIFC, but the wider, bigger region where we can cooperate and work together. So without any further introductions, I have 4 speakers today who are all very distinguished regulators and work with different authorities across the region. So one of them is from Georgia, Catherine Mikabadze, who is the first deputy governor of the National Bank of Georgia. Then from my left, we have Revzhon Faziev, who is a deputy director of the national agency, which is basically a ministry of perspective projects of the Republic of Uzbekistan. And then we have, sorry, just 2 last-minute additions. Shahin Mahmoudzadeh, who is also with us from Azerbaijan, and he is executive director of the Central Bank of Azerbaijan. And then, last but not least, we have Nicholas Gagua, who is the managing director on policy of AFSA. Nico is originally from Georgia, as you can guess, but he lives now and works here in the heart of Eurasia. So thank you very much to all our speakers, especially those who traveled all the way to Astana. I know it's sometimes inconvenient, sometimes it takes a lot of your time, working time, your private, personal time. Thank you very much for coming. And without any further ado, I would like to ask first question all our panelists to tell us a little bit more about the regulation. And we all know that financial services all across the region, both Caucasus and Central Asia, they are dominated by banks. But that's not the topic of today's discussion. We want to go beyond the banks. We want to see other things like funds, digital assets, crypto. Hopefully that is the future, not just traditional banks, conservative, etc. So that's probably 3-5 minutes each of you, and then we'll have specific country questions, if you don't mind. Katerina, over to you.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank the organizers, our deep appreciation for organizing such a great event. It's our pleasure to come to be the part of this event. The question itself comes from the importance of capital markets for our countries. I won't be very innovative telling that capital markets are diversified sources for financing businesses. This is the opportunity for investors, and that's why our very top priority became to develop capital markets. I will later explain in details all the regulatory legislative changes that we made to align our legal framework with the best standards, best international standards. But our policy was exactly, our reform agenda was exactly to bring our financial market regulating, supervising legal framework to the aligned with best international practice. That's why we currently see, I would say, the impressive developments in our capital market. Just a few figures. Our securities market increased during the last 5 years 40 times, from 56 million GEL to 2.1 billion GEL, which is quite significant increase. Our investment funds, which is very new for our market, asset under management increased from 0 to 200 million, which is very small number, but for couple of years it makes sense. So, and we're trying to take into account our specificities of our market as well when we're trying to align our legal framework to the international standards. But the best way to increase our regional cooperation is to have uniform, unique standards and legal frameworks, regulatory frameworks to operate with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ekaterine. I think we will have some Georgia-specific questions later on. So thank you very much for your overview. And we move to Uzbekistan. Arif John, over to you, please.
First of all, allow me to express the sincere gratitude to organizers in order to have an opportunity to participate in this event. So regarding the issues of regional cooperation within the financial markets, Uzbekistan has the strategical importance, and we have the joint efforts uniform action plan, which established the comprehensive cooperation in capital market, which became the driver of further growth. And National Agency of Perspective Agency, together with the AIFC, we've done a lot. Last year, the first deputy director of the agency, general director of the AIFC on regulation of finance services, signed the joint action plan, which refers to having specific regimes ready for the probation of the financial decisions, crypto assets, and so on, for easing access to asset management and broker services with the joint design of the useful tools, especially issuance of the Sukuk bonds. On the basement of, within the framework of AIX, so we've done a lot within the joint projects and educatory events. That is the key fundament for our improvement of financial systems. Republican stock market of Tashkent City plays a lot. We have done the huge work within the last 5 years. The memorandum we have gave the new impetus for further development of the market. That refers to the new opportunities for business representatives and investors. Business Tashkent acquired the award, which reflects the real results of our cooperation. Apart from this, October last year, we signed a memorandum with Astana International Exchange, dedicated on the development of green tools development, including the green bonds. We have strong regional cooperation, and so we have common understanding between the central stock market and Kyrgyz stock market. This allows also to have further cooperation, implement joint initiatives beyond each document. We refer to the huge work done by our experts, and it affects a lot on international cooperation within the depository services. Here we refer to the different work with association of depositarians and national agencies. We also improve the cooperation with depositarium of Korea, Turkey, Tajikistan. With the special regime, the sandbox allowed us to improve the cooperation with Bank of Georgia, and we also have the negotiations with OTP Bank. These steps improves the deepening of the cross-border cooperation, and Uzbekistan proves that that is the practical tool of development. Throughout the integration of the capital markets and unification of the existing environment, we provide all the necessary conditions to have the trustful cooperation with our economies. We actively promote joint initiatives dedicated for harmonization of standards. We also consider the cooperation not as the source of competition, but the tool of improving cooperation of the region. Thank you so much.
Region. Shushahin, over to you to Azerbaijan, please.
Thank you. Can you repeat please question? I didn't catch.
I think the banks, they are basically dominating the economies all across Central Asia and Caucasus, but we are not talking about regulating the banking activities. How about other activities, financial, like funds, cryptocurrency, digital assets? What is going on with that in Azerbaijan? Please.
Okay. Thank you very much. You are right. It's like in Azerbaijan, around 95% of the financial system is consists of the banks. And in 2023, as a Central Bank of Azerbaijan, we developed a new roadmap. And the name of the roadmap even says what we want to do. It's the financial development strategy for the central bank. And it's not only covering the banks, but also the capital markets, the fund management, the cryptocurrencies. Right now we are working on the regulation, how to regulate the digital currencies, let's say. And also the insurance is one of the main major areas of us as we are mega regulator. To be honest, in some cases we don't call us as mega regulator, we call us as a mega supporter. Because we think that our job is not just to regulate the system, it's to support the shareholders, to support the society and the main stakeholders, so that our best service is the best regulation. What we mean the best regulation? It's not just copying and paste the global standards. It's about the harmonizing it with the local realities and not be ahead of the financial market. I mean, we have the four main principles when we are doing the new regulation. First, don't invent the wheel. So if there is something working there, probably we should take some elements, at least main elements of this, and try to implement locally. The second, the regulation should not be on the paper. So if the market is not ready for anything, it means you should also prepare market for this. I mean, we are not the Fed or we are not the ECB that we should catch behind the market. I think in our region, the regulator's role is to prepare the market to the global realities, so that the increasing the human capacity, the infrastructural capacity of the financial sector is also must for us. Is also must for us. The third one is the increasing the transparency, the market discipline, which is crucial for in our every regulation. So it's not only about us and financial players, but also the society is part of this. That's why in our every regulation almost we are trying to do the public opinions about regulations, and also the financial literacy channel is part of this. In every change, we are also trying to publish it in everywhere, to talk with the people through the different channels. It's the social media channels, the physical channels, through the other government organizations which can touch the citizens. So to explain what they can expect and how they can benefit from the new amendments. So this is the overall what's happening in Azerbaijan right now. Also, some pillars we are working on to develop, like rating agencies. It's part of also the market discipline, so increasing the trust, which is the financial sector depends on it's part of also the trust system. So the rating agencies we are working right now, and we are talking also with the biggest international players to come to Baku and to open the rating agencies so that they can benefit commercially and we can benefit while decreasing the information asymmetry cost. So I hope in like next 10 years we will have sound and resilient non-banking financial system as well. Of course, there is no magic trick that in one day you can change everything. It takes time and it takes collaboration among not only regulators but other government agencies and the whole society as well. Thank you very much. Sorry, I think I didn't say greet the public. It's really a pleasure to be here in front of you, and I would like to thank the organizers for this astonishing event. Thank you very much.
Shahin, thank you very much. So we now move to Kazakhstan, to Afsa.
Yeah.
Nico, over to you, but probably we can keep it to 5 minutes only, right? Just overview, yeah?
Yeah, probably I will be the shortest because I think that there were a lot of things mentioned already about Afsa, about recent developments. What I can say is that, I mean, in your question, we are probably in an opposite situation because the banking sector is here, but this is small one in Afsa. Afsa is more about capital markets, investment funds, digital assets, innovation financing, crowdfunding, and this sector is quite much developing in this ecosystem. But what I can say is that as we develop further, the challenges are more pressing, and I think that we will have a good discussion today about regional cooperation, because I mean there are a lot of challenges that can be overcome with this regional cooperation. You all know that in Kazakhstan we have two jurisdictions at the mainland and here at AFC. AFC is more focused on international and regional coverage. That's our main mandate, and therefore I think that the things that we are promoting, the regional cooperation, the regional coverage, this is that could be an instrument to overcome the challenges that is related to the non-banking financial market that is here in Kazakhstan and in the region.
Thank you, Nico. Thank you very much. I think it's the first anniversary of Nico's work in AIFC, so well done. I think you obviously passed all these kind of first most difficult year, I guess, and survived quite a harsh winter here as well, right? So congratulations. So we go back now to Georgia, if you don't mind, and we have quite a specific, I would say, question. And I think Ekaterine mentioned that they have quite few developments with the funds industry, and I just wonder what kind of funds we talk about here, because here at AIFC we also look into how to develop this industry. We managed, and I think there are certain people in the audience, the colleagues from AmiCorp, which is the only global fund administrator. So I hope we'll have more. We need competition, right? But for now, I think it's just the only one, I guess, all across the region, which can actually handle not just AIFC funds, but many, many other interesting jurisdictions across the world. So I wonder about your experience. Where are you now with funds? What do you do? How you promote them? How you try to regulate them? And so on and so forth.
Thank you for your question. I will start with legislative changes that were made in 2020, actually. These changes were, as I said already, the part of overarching strategy development of capital market. This very large-scale reform, which was kind of introduced, started in 2018, I would say, to develop capital market, which covered all the legislative regulatory changes in the country. The first step in this direction was adoption of the investment funds law, which was the part of EU association agreement, and we were directed by that agreement as well. The aim of those changes were to be aligned with several directives, EU directives, which is UCITS directive and AIFM directive. After quite long time of hard work, we came up with the law, which was assessed by the European Commission, and it recognized the law as fully in line with the European law. This law also governs the brokerage firms, brokerage companies, and asset managers. So it's kind of very complex piece of legislation that's triggered our capital market. And it also led us to apply for the membership of IOSCO. We became an ordinary member of IOSCO in 2021, right after the adoption of the law. And you know that to be the member of IOSCO, it means that you should commit to ensure the alignment with the objectives and all the principles of IOSCO, starting from transparency to rules of market abuse. The view of IOSCO and of course the EU as well, it was that our legislation is fully in line with the best international practices. This was the first phase of our very comprehensive reform agenda. After that, we didn't stop, of course, and in 2023 we adopted several laws, also aimed to deepen our capital market. This was the law of dematerialized securities holdings, the law on securitization, and the law on covered bonds. So this was the second phase of our legislative reform. I want to emphasize that this harmonization of regulation, supervision is very important for regional. We're talking about regional cooperation, and having the common set of regulations, common set of supervisory approaches, of course, in my view, leads to increased financial services across the borders, and of course that benefits all the parties involved. Let me also share, a colleague mentioned situation about digital assets. We of course realize that this is a segment which evolves quite rapidly and constantly. That's why we took gradual approach to regulate virtual asset sector in Georgia. We started from licensing of virtual asset service providers in 2022. And we put just fit and proper requirements for applicant companies, for shareholders and management. And after that, we just provide AML supervision in line with the FATF standards. But at this stage, as the sector is evolving, we also consider to explore the possibility to regulate and manage and supervise virtual asset sector in Georgia. We are now in the process how we can come up with prudential requirements for this sector of the financial market. To sum up, as I said, the common, widely used and very the legal framework based on best international practices are the way how we can kind of open borders and make regional cooperation more efficient.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Talking more about regional cooperation, I think most of the audience probably heard about the plans, and I think they've been announced for Uzbekistan, that Uzbekistan will create its own financial center. And I wonder, because I was just looking at the title of your agency, which is obviously not that common, Perspective Projects. Perspective Projects, this financial center, is it part of it, or it's something else, or what is it? Could you just elaborate on that? All right, John, thank you.
If you allow me, I will say more on the development of the fund industry in Uzbekistan, the investment fund industry development in Uzbekistan on the stage of active development. And in country, we designed the latest regulatory framework on investor protection. We do see active involvement of the market participants, for instance, establishment of the National Investment Fund, which is under management of Franklin Templeton, who own 18 major stocks of public companies. We prepare IPO for international stock markets. From our perspective, that is an essential step forward. And regarding cooperation with Kazakhstan, the affordable access to investor database of Kazakhstan within the cooperation will become the key benefit for our industry. We will be able to enlarge the capture of investors and promote international cooperation. That is the key potential we do see in this. From my perspective, if we will open the access of Uzbekistani funds to Kazakhstani investors, that will become one of the key perspective direction of further cooperation, and will be in line with best international practices and requirements.
Don't mind, we move now to Azerbaijan, and I think Azerbaijan is in a unique position in terms of so-called cooperation, coordination of Chinese Belt and Road Initiative on the one hand, and Middle Corridor, which we're talking about in Kazakhstan and elsewhere in the region. And if we look at all countries, both Caucasus and Central Asia individually, all of them, with no exceptions, they are relatively small economies. But together, we talk about the region of more than 100 million people and quite significant other resources together, including natural resources, of course, including financial services, etc. So I think, Raheen, the question for you is like, how do you think we can cooperate better to coordinate and regulate all these activities for the prosperity of all our countries in the region?
Thank you very much. If we go one step back, like why we need this coordination and regulation to attract investors, probably is where the investor comes. If you are the big market, or you have the direct channel to the big markets. None of us has the ocean border. So and as you said, each of us is a small country. So it means the for small market, they cannot sell their goods. No? So, but together we are 100 million. So from the all economic theories like neoclassicals, etc., we know that for economic prosperity, we need two things, the labor productivity and the capital accumulation. So together we are 100 million, and the median age today, like before this panel, I checked the median age of this region is under 30. Which means we have the huge potential for the labor force, which the Western countries, most of them don't have. Most of the regions don't have. And the education level is not that bad, I guess. At least everyone looks really like educated, and the literacy levels show that the region is not behind the global standards. So the second one, we need capital accumulation. So and financial markets, the capital market is one of these channels, how we can cooperate and how we can attract investors. So if we divide it to the three steps, so what we need, the first step is, my colleague said, harmonizing the standards. So your regulations should be in place. And the regulations should not contrast to each other, should be at least some kind of harmonized, or at least interoperability should be in place. For the standards. Of course, it's not be unique standards. It should be somehow directed from the global best practices, like my colleague said, EU standards, etc. Last year, we started one project with UNDP and European Union International Platform for Sustainable Finance, also Sustainable Banking and Finance Network. So it's more than 100 economies involved there, countries involved there, and we are trying to make the one framework for green taxonomies in order to attract these green investments. And in this year, COP30 in Brazil, we are going to announce the steps that had been taken already and what we are going to do. So it's one example of this. In EU in 2015, the capital markets to GDP was well behind Japan and US, and they created the new roadmap called like Capital Markets Union roadmap, which includes the single passport for the financial institutions, some shared platforms, and if I'm not wrong, it's called like Target 2 system. Maybe someone has know the exact name, which decreased the post-trade cost around 40%. So it is the achievement, and why they do this, because they see this EU as a one big market, and they want to compete with Japan and US. The same can happen in our region as well. We can harmonize our standards. Okay, the regulation is the first part. It should be in place. The second part, if you talk about the capital markets, the infrastructure is a must. And this infrastructure cost, there is like high barrier to entry. The economy of scale should be in place. So each of us, if you do this huge fixed cost, it means we will be less efficient comparing to the big markets. But if somehow we can do some shared services, it can be still trade services, settlement services, or even the cross-border KYCs. This kind of services probably can reduce cost and can be better power gun for us in the negotiations with the investors. And it is still not the wheel that we want to invent in ASEAN, in South Asian, if I'm not wrong, the Malaysia, Singapore, and the Thailand together made this settlement trade channel, three of them, so again to decrease the costs. And okay, we have the regulation in place, we have the, let's say, infrastructure in place, and the third part, the problem, one of the most important parts, is to talk with the investors, yes, to come here. And we can create somehow the database. By the way, yesterday we agreed with 7 countries. The Turkish Green Council had the first meeting yesterday, and we agreed to create the common database for the projects, the green projects. So we can do the same for the capital markets as well. And when the investor comes here, he could understand that if I come to this market, it's not a small market, it's the big market. So I'm going to access to all markets as well, of course, without destroying the national systems. I mentioned the rating agency. It's quite, to be honest, complicated to talk with them, to negotiate with them, to come to open the agency in Azerbaijan, because they see the market is small. But if we create the whole, if this rating agency can give the access to whole market, it means the more business for them, and due to the decreasing information costs, probably the yields will be lower and the investor confidence will be higher. So this creating these common databases or some negotiations together, I think I can attract the regional investors as well, the global investors as well. So it's like we should not see each other as competitors. We are kind of the blocks which together can create something bigger, the regional ecosystem. If we see this like this, probably we can achieve this vision. Maybe not in the 1 year, 2 year, but at least in the midterm we can achieve this kind. The chain is fragile, which is like fragile part here. If we are all together, should be on the same page, on the same level of resilience and prosperity, probably the achievement can be faster. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shaheen. Thank you. I think it was very comprehensive. I do like your ideas. I think we need to work on them. We just need to implement. As you said, not 1 or 2 years, but we are on the right track, hopefully. Thank you. Nico, we move to you now. And I think last 5 to 10 years, I guess, most countries, not just in the region, but elsewhere, were either considering or already doing own financial centers. I think AIFC is hosting delegations from most countries in the world, I guess, last 3-4 years. So some of them, they created their own ones, like Vietnam. I think it was announced very recent. Some in Africa, like Kigali and Nairobi, etc. But going back sort of to the region, what's your attitude? What do you think? Are we doing something wrong? So others want to have to do their own financial centers, or is just a room for big and more cooperation? So what's your take on that?
Rashid, thanks for the question. And once again, let me reiterate, my gratitude to the colleagues who came here and to discuss this topic, regional cooperation. Regional cooperation is the idea that we was always here, but we now are starting to make our voices stronger. We view our regional cooperation as an attempt to have a bigger market, more liquid market, more developed market, and I think that in future our endeavors. This idea will evolve and will strengthen. And we will continue talking about that. For us, regional cooperation is not something that is not that some countries in a central position is a regional hub, regional center or something. It's in our region. I mean, our regional cooperation should be like traditional Kazakh dastarkhan. I mean, a round table where we all sit and we all contribute to that table with our experience, with our achievements, with our products, with our I don't know, I mean, some infrastructure maybe. And of course, I mean, that table will go, that dastarkhan will grow, and we will accommodate global investors and others around it. And so we see this potential. Of course, I mean, it is not an easy thing to do. I mean, there are successful examples of this kind of regional countries, but there are quite a few failed ones. I mean, I wouldn't talk about that, but it is not easy one. So, I mean, as my colleague from Azerbaijan mentioned, I mean, this is really a cooperation game. It's not a competition game. It's truly a cooperation game. And when we see other countries building financial centers, so that's of course nice, because I mean their contribution to that table will be more, and I mean we can have more coordination. I think we should help each other in building their centers to have more vibrant trading platform here. And I mean, also like talking about the region, I think that we can, we all know that this is a big region. I mean, this is a region of 100 million people. During last 4 or 5 years, I think that GDP growth of all these countries is quite impressive. The region is growing. Also, the financial sector everywhere is going. And again, I think in post-COVID period, we all can notice that even financial education among the society is going. More and more people are trying to do their, retail investment activities, maybe around the world, in crypto, in other countries. So I mean, this kind of cohort of new investors are emerging, and this is kind of very good prerequisites for the development looking in the future. And I think that this regional cooperation, the regional marketplace should strengthen, should support these developments as that I mentioned. As I mentioned in the previous question, I mean, AFSA is growing, but still, there are some limitations that are pressing. So, I mean, we think that we see regional cooperation as an instrument, to solve it. And of course, I mean, we were talking about many different topics during different sessions, and of course, I mean, the cooperation can go in different ways, not only to bringing a market participant, but jointly developing new regulations, jointly, I mean, bringing new products, AI solutions, subtech, and so on and so on. This kind of can be a regional part of regional thinking, and so that's how we are looking at it.
Thank you, Nika. Thank you. We have 6.5 minutes left, so I think I'm happy to open the floor for any questions we might have from the audience. I do hope we have a microphones, yeah? So any questions? No? Everyone knows everything? Okay, good. So I have a question. I don't know everything. Blitz, for all the 4 speakers. Can you name each for like minute or maybe minute and a half one major challenge which you think if we eliminate that, if we deal with that somehow, fantasy, right? It will be much better cooperation, it will flourish, it will be far more profitable, it will be easier to do business, it will be, I mean, financial markets, etc. So I think if you think of but one challenge, please. Sorry for tough question. We can start with Nico. He's a colleague, so you have time.
So thank you. I think that when you are thinking about regional cooperation, I mean the merged or united regional market, I think home bias is a classical problem which is happening in many countries. Shaheen mentioned, the example of European Union, where they have this initiative of common market, and even there is, despite the fact that their regulation are so much harmonized and so on and so forth, they still have this challenge. But I have some ground for optimism as well, because if you look at the region, I see that there are a lot of different investors going into, without capital market, going into other countries. Georgians going to Armenia, to Uzbekistan, Kazakhs going to Georgia, Azerbaijani coming to Georgia. So these kind of movements are still here. So I think that home bias problem can be somehow solved because of this historical, I don't know, something.
Thank you, Nico. Maybe other views, other ideas, please. No pressure, but.
Okay. If we take out these financial goods, in other goods, we see lots of different products in our local markets. Yeah, Kazakh products in Azerbaijan, Azerbaijan products in Kazakh, in Georgia. In Azerbaijan, you can find Georgian wine in every market as well. So there are still looks like the barrier to entry is low in these fields, but in finance, it's a bit tough. So I would give analogy in our financial sector, like we are mega regulated, like regulating the payment companies or digital assets, and capital markets, investment companies, funds, etc., insurance companies, and banks. And even to collaborate each other, these 4 sectors, is quite tough for us. Why? Because development phase is different. So when you want to harmonize or to collaborate, you need at least to be maybe not on the same page, but in the previous page. If you have like huge differences between sectors, it's not easy to somehow to collaborate them, to harmonize them. I think it can be the challenge for us as well. So when let's say, I'm just inventing, if let's say Azerbaijan's banking sector is quite like low digitalized, but the Georgia is high digitalized, you cannot expect something right now in one day. So that's why this transfer of know-how or at least some workshops together, etc., is quite important. Not only in the regulator level. On regulator level, we have coordination with. I was 2 months ago in Uzbekistan Central Bank, 4 months ago in Georgia Central Bank. In regulator level, we have, but in the probably in private sector level, we need to increase this and to be at least near the same page.
Thank you very much. Arif John or Ekaterina, up to you, please. Yeah, Arif John probably first and then the lady, yeah? Thank you, sorry.
The National Agency of Prospective Projects is the regulatory body of the capital market within the last 3 years. So since the very beginning of September of 2023, we've started our work. First of all, we've studied why the Uzbekistani market is not developed at the level we wanted to see before. And the first issue we identified is the legislative framework that's been outdated and quite a lot of limitations we've seen before in legislation. That is why, first of all, we've decided to cover elaboration of principles which will give the new impetus for the capital market development. Not so far ago, we adopted the 2 laws on joint stock communities. And with the help of these laws, we started to apply financial tools which been not allowed to have in capital market before in our country. The second point is the lack of digitalization in capital market. Parallelly, we've been in need to establish the digital transformation and also the base work.
Over the last almost 10 years now, so you can just do a shortcut. It could save you a lot of money and time. So Ekaterina, please, thank you.
A lot of valid challenges were provided by the colleagues. I will be more philosophical than.
Please.
It's complementarity rather than competition. I mean, of course, healthy competition is good, but we should kind of, cooperation itself means that we all use our comparative advantages to bring our role to the table. So this is, we should compete in a healthy manner.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think that was great answer. Thank you. Just 30 minutes, almost 30 minutes left. Sorry, 30 seconds left. I did ask you, I urge you to start going and seeing other countries. Not just country where you work, where you're from, etc., but go and do business elsewhere. Have a look, talk to people, and that's, I think, the key to success in cooperation. Nika, thank you very much for coming to Kazakhstan and working here. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope we'll continue this dialogue over the years.
Check. Yes.
That on and then.
Есть.
Сегодня ERG – это треть горно-металлургического комплекса Казахстана. Мы единственный производитель алюминия высоких марок в стране. ERG – мировой лидер в производстве феррохрома. ERG – это крупный железнодорожный оператор в Центральной Азии. Мы одни из ключевых поставщиков электроэнергии в Казахстане. Это один из крупнейших поставщиков железной руды в Евразийском регионе. ERG инвестировала в развитие и модернизацию предприятий в Казахстане более 14 миллиардов долларов. ERG направила на социальные проекты более 1 миллиарда долларов. ERG – работодатель для более чем 60 тысяч человек. ERG – это более 3,5 триллионов тенге налоговых отчислений в бюджет Казахстана за 30 лет и более 2,5% ВВП страны. Eurasian Resources Group – быть лучшими в том, что мы делаем, развиваться вместе с миром, оставаясь верными своим ценностям, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли и человечества, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Okay, I think we can get started after another word from our sponsors there. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the session on the evolution of digital asset regulation. I think we've talked about this topic today in just about every panel that I've been on, but the previous panel was more in the private sector talking about we should not over-regulate. So now we've got a couple people that are interested in regulating here, and we're going to hear the flip side to that coin. And in my time as a regulator, there were a few evolutions, I think, that I saw with payments and with the fintech industry overall, and now that we're talking about digital assets as well. That the early days of fintechs, I think everything was just about getting eyeballs, getting more people to look at your site, and that was all that mattered. And I think that has now evolved into a real discussion of profitability as that industry has matured, and we've weeded out a number of players, and now we're in a very serious market. And the digital asset journey has also been fascinating to watch. That the early days of Bitcoin, I think that the traditional finance players were waiting for it to die. It didn't die. So then the traditional finance players, I think, tried to kill it. They couldn't kill it. So now they realize we're going to have to live with it, and we're going to have to embrace it, and we're going to have to regulate it. And that's, I think, really where we are today. So the digital asset industry, I think, is increasingly influencing the global financial landscape. Some people are comfortable, some people are less comfortable, but whether you're comfortable or not, that you have to get on with where we are. So we have a very good panel, I think, this afternoon to talk about a number of these issues. Immediately to my left, we have Hussam Habanaki, the Vice President of Product Commercialization and Digital Assets for MasterCard. He's got extensive experience, obviously, with MasterCard in payments innovation, but also with central bank digital currencies, stable coins, asset tokenization, and open banking. Online, we have, and we can see you clearly, Abigail. We have Abigail Ng, is the Executive Director and Head of Markets Policy and Consumer Department at the Monetary Authority of Singapore. So welcome to you. She is in charge of a number of things, but very importantly, overall market conduct, outcomes, importantly for investors, and how to shape corporate governance standards. And is also overseeing MoneySense, the financial education program in Singapore, and we'll come back to financial literacy as well. We have Varlam Ebenodze at the end of the panel. Has 20 years of experience in central banking and commercial banking digitalization from Georgia. He's a fintech innovator and a change facilitator, and you're going to hear a lot of that come out today. And then, last but not least, we have Artunian Pagosian, an accomplished entrepreneur, and our paths, we found out, have crossed in past. But he's the CEO of ATAX, Eurasia, a digital asset trading facility registered here in the AIFC. So with that, we'll get started with questions, and I'm going to come, Hussam, to you first. Traditionally, when you hear the word payments, you always thought of MasterCard and one other. Since they're not on the panel, I won't mention, but MasterCard and one other. And no industry, I think, in recent times has been more disrupted than payments. And you've been at the forefront of that, and I'm just curious how you see the future of payments, particularly cross-border payments, how that's shaping up for the global participants and MasterCard individually.
Thank you so much, Brian. And I can't start without first thanking the IFC and the AFSA team on this outstanding event and this amazing audience that we have with us this evening, and the hospitality as well. Now, Brian, I absolutely agree with you. The payment industry in general have seen the most disruption. I have been in this industry for more than 2 decades, and I have seen it all. The evolution of how technology directly impacts and shapes the payments industry. Now, with your reference to cross-border payments, our users today who are demanding the change and also influencing how they would like to use technology and how they would like to use payments are demanding and expecting that value and money moves at the same speed of information. This expectation was shaped by the evolution and advanced in technology, and at MasterCard being at the forefront of this development and the market leader in the digital payments, we see that we continue to develop our products and services in order to meet with this demand and to address the expectations of the consumers and businesses. For example, we are investing heavily in developing the infrastructures and rails for cross-border payments with MasterCard cross-border services, and we are identifying faster and more efficient rails that can carry the value between participants in the cross-border transactions. In addition, we are also exploring how the stablecoin or blockchain technology can enable this transformation and accelerate it, leveraging, of course, a compliant and regulated rails that are available in those jurisdictions. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks for that, Hussam. Artuyan, I'm going to come to you next. You represent a virtual asset exchange here, and similar to my question to Hussam, that how do you view the future of virtual asset exchanges? You can talk about your own experience or just in a global sense. Are there room for more exchanges? Do we have enough? And how do you compete?
Thank you very much, Brian. I am not a certified futurist, but I think the future is bright.
Uncertified's okay here. Yeah.
The future is bright. I think it looks like the future of the crypto exchanges, like we say, will be totally different than it is now, because we will be moving towards from the regular trading platforms towards more to full-scale financial ecosystem, which is a merging of digital asset economy with the traditional finances. There will be more tokenization, custodian, the ETFs backed by Bitcoin, Solana, etc., like the one Fonte Capital launched recently. AI, of course, will change the landscape totally. I think there will be AI agents, which everybody knows that, let's say, onboarding on exchanges is a cumbersome issue, yes? Nobody has the desire to go and register to pass the KYC. I think AI will help to enhance this process and make it smoother and very quick. Going forward to exchanges, I think there will be a lot of changes in global crypto industry. Some exchanges will disappear. There will be a lot of mergers and acquisitions. But the ones you say, the global exchanges like Binance, Coinbase, they will continue servicing the large retail and institutional clients. But there is always a place for regional exchanges, you know, regional digital asset trading facilities. How do we compete with them? First, there are two things that we shouldn't do. First thing is never copy global exchanges. You need to be unique. The second one, never compete with the giants. So we are wise enough not to compete with Binance and Coinbase. We are partnering with them in terms of liquidity and getting different products through them, etc. So we are cooperating with them. But as a regional exchange, we have our own strengths. So we think that we know deeper their local regulation, local compliance. We have broader contacts with banks, bank rails. We know better the local and regional clients, so we can compete with them. And we go to niche products, niche clients. In such way, we try to compete with them and get a place in the region. Thank you.
I'm going to pick up on one point that you said there, because this is directly in the regulatory space, I think, where you talked about onboarding a client is difficult, AI can help. And I think in a previous panel today, we had a deputy governor from the National Bank of Kazakhstan talking about the eKYC process. And, you know, somebody who has an ability to digitally carry their identification package with them. How do you see that working?
Actually, we are working on that. I think very soon we will have our AI agent, which will help clients to onboard, and then it will also help to buy crypto, actually, using AI agents. So you will see it very soon.
Very good. AI is everywhere, that's for sure. Abigail, I'm going to come to you now. Welcome to Astana. You're with MAS. MAS is traditionally thought of as one of the most progressive tech-savvy regulators around the world. Singapore FinTech Festival has been a hallmark, I think, around the world of where FinTech is going, where digital assets are going. We appreciate the role that MAS plays in the world. But I wonder if you could share with us some of MAS's current priorities and how you see digital asset regulation working in Singapore.
Thanks, Brian. Just to check, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for having me here on the panel. Grateful for the opportunity to engage everyone in the room and to share a little bit more about Singapore's regime and how we look at crypto and digital assets. So Brian, you're right. I think Singapore has been known to be really innovative, and we've been really leaning into finance and fintech for quite a few years now. And I hope you and everyone else, mark the dates for early November to come back down to Singapore for the FinTech Festival. I want to say, I think we've always been really supportive of innovation. And in terms of what areas of innovation that we're really focused on in the digital asset space, I think what we're really excited about is the distributed ledger technology. So there's a lot of work recently going around about tokenization. And I think people who are following this space would find names such as Project Guardian or the project on Global Layer 1 quite familiar. So in terms of pushing an innovation, pushing on how it can actually help financial services and products expand and develop, do things maybe cheaper, better, faster, usually, we are really quite behind it. I think the other thing, though, kind of like as a pair to this, is when it comes to speculative or very volatile instruments. So, for example, cryptocurrency, I think we've seen really quite a checkered history when it comes to cryptocurrency. I mean, from the early 2017s when you had ICOs, all the way to crypto boom, crypto winter, and then now it's kind of like a swinging market. What we at the MES in Singapore are really focused on and concerned about is whether there could be consumer harm. So while we really support innovation and do actually, as you've seen, sponsors projects and industry in looking into blockchain or DLT, but when it comes to retail investors, especially the men on the street, when they're thinking about cryptocurrency, we've gone out to say that you have to be really careful and understand what it is that you're putting your money in. It's not a traditional stock or share, not an ETF. You have to understand what it's about. It's new, it's volatile, it's speculative. Some of these tokens actually may or may not have fundamentals. So that's kind of like a dual message that we're kind of like putting forward. I mean, it's like fire, right? With technology, blockchain technology, it can be used for really useful things. And I think in the payments space, we've seen, for example, MasterCard, rolling out things to do with settlement and payment rails using the blockchain quite successfully. But at the same time, like technology can be used for nefarious ways. In my work in the MES, we've also seen cryptocurrencies being used in scams, Ponzi schemes, rug pulls. So I think it's that twin message that we're being quite clear about in Singapore and putting that out well. Maybe just give a little bit about the regulatory framework about how we think about digital assets. So I think first off, we tend to take a very tech neutral approach. So earlier I talked a little bit about the 2017 ICO boom. They're called initial coin offerings. So the first thing you think about is IPOs. And so we had to look at it. Are these not securities? What are these creatures? And if you look at the token itself, at that time, a lot of it wasn't actually IPO-like. It could be a project. It could be actually membership, right? In effect, a membership to a club, to a gaming club, or maybe rewards points for participating in certain activities. So at that time in 2017, we actually put out a guide to say that for the MAS, we're taking a tech-neutral approach. Just because it's issued in a different form, if it's issued as a token, doesn't automatically make it not a security and not caught by regulation. Neither does it make it automatically a security and therefore caught. So what we do is we take a look-through approach. We look at the token, what it's supposed to give you, what are the economic benefits underlying that. So if it's in fact structured like a share in a company, like equity, or if that token that is being offered is in fact maybe like an IOU, a loan or a bond, then we said that our existing securities laws would apply. So that makes a lot of sense and it was easy. Then of course there are other types of tokens that may actually just represent a club membership. And that of course then wouldn't attract capital markets or securities regulation. So that was a first thing that we laid out quite early. The second thing I think that we've looked at in the intervening years, almost 10 years now, where technology has really come up and you've got a lot of new products and new ways of distributing these products, is that at the end of the day, we're going to look and identify and assess the underlying risks that whatever new product or new process will present. And at the end of the day, we seek to actually address those risks in a proportionate and appropriate way. So for us, with securities regulators around the world, we always say basically same activity, same risks, and then you have a same regulatory treatment and you want the same policy outcome. So I think that's how we've been thinking about it. Happy to share a little bit more about what we do and what our rules are later on as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Abigail, and I will come back to what your rules are, and I'm particularly interested in a second question on the financial literacy front and how you're protecting consumers, because that's something that doesn't get talked about enough, but we will talk about it here today. Varlam, I'm going to come to you next. I wonder if you could elaborate a bit on the National Bank of Georgia approach toward digital assets. And you've got great experience, I think, in the CBDC experiments that you're doing, tokenized deposit sandbox that you're running, and in our discussions, you've had some pretty interesting observations on the differences between traditional finance and decentralized finance, and how to regulate the virtual asset service providers. So, over to you.
Thank you, Brian. Pleasure to be part of such a diverse panel. First of all, I need to disappoint you. I'm not a supporter of over-regulation. I think my mission is to regulate smart and to think about regulatory-driven innovations. I want to make a little bit historical analogy. So we are having very diverse panel, and we are having a company which can be considered one of the first fintechs in the world, the one which has been invented way before the internet was invented. So probably at that time when MasterCard was invented in the 60s, regulators would have a lot of time to design the processes and to think about the secure design of the processes, lots of clearing and messaging systems beside. And we need to understand that genesis of development internet and internet-based technologies like tokenization, programmability, smart contracts was very different. So only way to catch up with this and to regulate, I would say, is learning by doing approach or sandbox approach. And this is how we prioritize in our overall fintech development strategy. We have 3 layers. Number 1 layer in our strategy is so-called regulatory-driven innovation, and the example of regulatory-driven innovation can be open banking. Then second layer in our strategy is so-called technology-driven innovation. In parallel of upgrading existing payment rails like RTGS or instant payments, which are already conventional, we want to focus also on additional layer of payment and to bring something additional, like we look to technology-driven innovation. One of the motivations for our CBDC project was that we looked at it as a technology-driven innovation. Programmability, smart contracts, tokenization, atomic settlements, where the promising technologies which could redefine the existing architecture. So we did our best to map those promising technologies with the relevant use cases for Georgian context. And with minimum resources, we were able to transit from why CBDC to how CBDC stage. Because use cases we have designed, I would compare them with the modeling exercise, kind of simplification of reality. For example, one of the use cases in our CBDC project, we had oriented to test programmability feature for our own employees within the central bank. But with the extrapolation of this technology, you can think about wider use case of automatic text collection based on the similar technologies, for example. And we call this concept CBDC as a platform. Why? Again, it is linked with our overall fintech development strategy. The most developed industry in Georgia after collapse of Soviet Union is banking industry. In last 30 years, banking has been developed in a very rapid manner, and our two major banks especially are acting like big fintechs. In these circumstances, it is quite hard to think about new entrants, and internally we think that our mission is to disrupt the entry barriers for new entrants. This was the concept under our thinking about CBDC as a platform, when you create a platform for experimentation on those new underlying technologies. Externally, since we are a small country, we don't have so-called power of demographics. We initially think about interoperability of our open banking solutions, interoperability of our CBDC projects, and we think that there is a clear link between ongoing positive trend in the middle corridor, including because of geopolitics, and how fintech and including blockchain technologies can facilitate and accelerate actually ongoing trend in trade. So, for example, you can transfer goods from Kazakhstan to Georgia in 3 days, but still wait for the payment for next days. And interoperability by design and underlying technologies have potential to actually revolutionize these processes and accelerate the ongoing positive trends in the real economy. So, in the spirit of collaboration and regional cooperation around those technologies. Maybe it's a kind of opportunity window for this region. Because, you know, just a couple of months ago, euro celebrated 35 years of existence. And I remember then I was hearing in the European Parliament about digital euro. The board member said that in 25 years, you can trade within the EU without having any barriers, trade for free. But when it comes to paying for this trade, euro in 25 years arrived nowhere. So this is technology-driven innovation which brings revolutionary potential. Maybe it's a good timing to look at those technologies and interoperability as an opportunity window for our region. But history also teaches us that besides having technical interoperability, the similar importance is so-called regulatory interoperability. So, for example, to bring analogy, more than 80 countries now they have instant payment in place, but very few instant payment talks to each other, despite having similar messaging standards. But we have very good analogies in Southeast Asian countries. Singapore's are pioneering innovation in the region, and it's a great analogy to bring our region how interoperable payment solutions could facilitate the acceleration of real economic trends.
Fantastic. And by the way, I'm not against, I'm not for all regulation either, and I think the AIFC here has done a fantastic job of getting the right balance, of getting the right regulation. Not easy, finding your point, but absolutely getting the right regulation is important. Hussam, I'm going to come to you, and Arturia, I'm going to ask you both a similar question, I guess. That a lot of discussion now on the topic of stablecoin. That pretty much every conference you either have some discussion of AI, some discussion of stablecoin, or both. So that is becoming a very effective on and off ramp for digital assets. And how do you see stablecoin affecting your business? Is MasterCard against, pro, operating with, collaborating with? How does it work?
Thank you, Brian. I think, first of all, we see stablecoin as a great opportunity to introduce efficiency to the existing payments and services at MasterCard. When we talk about stablecoin, we talk about stablecoins that are compliant and regulated, that are licensed by and supervised by regulators, where the treasury, where the audit, where it's all in place, including consumer protection and business protection. And this is what gives the confidence to us and also to our participants to participate and leverage this rail. Now, the way we do it, I will simply classify it in spending the stablecoin. Stablecoin, by nature being a form of crypto, it does not have this wide network of acceptance. You cannot go to a coffee shop and pay with stablecoin. So what we have done is that we bridged the stablecoin with a traditional financial system with existing compliant and regulated network, like the card network, where you can simply now, we're using a stablecoin-backed card to buy actually a coffee with your stablecoin instantly. And the transaction will cross over from one regulated jurisdiction, which is the digital asset jurisdiction, into another regulated scope, which is the card rail scope, seamlessly and instantly, bringing this convenience to consumers. Another use case where stablecoin have been integrated into our services is settlement. We now enable our participants, whether issuers or acquirers, to settle their obligations in stablecoin, again, compliant regulated stablecoins, where this is allowed by the regulators. And then acquirers can subsequently continue this settlement cycle in stablecoin to their merchants, enabling the merchant to get their money faster and cheaper and in a more dynamic way. Existing rails that we have, like the MasterCard Move, the cross-border, also will in turn start leveraging the stablecoin corridors, especially in corridors where we have seen historically more expensive or slower fiat movement, where stablecoin can actually solve and complement the use case. Furthermore, we now have announced our intention to participate in the Global Dollar Network, which is a consortium for issuing a stablecoin led by Paxos in the US, where MasterCard will help participants to get access to the USDG, which means that in the future, to issue a stablecoin, you don't have to invest in infrastructure and go through the licensing and go through, there is a licensed entity, all you have to do is place collateral or treasury, and then you get access to the stablecoin. And that's very important because having multiple stablecoins can be very difficult, especially to the point of interoperability, while we see a future where a local currency stablecoin that is interoperable and universal, that can be used by all financial services members in the jurisdiction, to be more optimal and easier to integrate with. I must also comment on 2 points. One is the eKYC. We have recently worked with ATAX and Intibix on launching the MasterCard Crypto Credential Network, which helps to ensure that there is a trust in the VASP ecosystem, where users, after being KYC'd by the obliged entities, can have aliases that can replace their blockchain addresses. So, for example, if I have 100 wallet at ATAX, I have only one alias, and then users of other VASPs, participants in the same network, they can know that my alias, Hussam, is been KYC'd by a licensed VASP, and they can only use my alias to send me all types of assets, and the system will be able to resolve to the correct asset. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and that was a lot of very good information there. Artunin, do you have anything to add to that?
The same
that's
question.
really good. Yeah, same question.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Hussam, for mentioning crypto credentials. Great project, actually. We also are doing a crypto card with MasterCard. Will be launched very soon. Stable coins are the most important on and off ramp. For our clients, it's the bridge between the traditional finances to digital economy. I think the global daily volumes for stablecoin now, it's one of the most important digital assets because daily volumes are around $300 billion. And on the peak days, it can reach to 400, 500 billion. Of course, we have a very great also project where, from our partners, Anchorex, yeah. It's a stable coin backed by yuan and listed on ATX. I think this has a very great future. Since we have a regulator here, I think it's a very good time for the regulator to show the leadership, to embrace the stable coins, and to make a clear and transparent regulation. And I think there will be a boom very soon in Kazakhstan for stable coins.
Fantastic. Well, that was a very good segue to you, Brigada, that making regulation clear and very importantly, making the risk clear to the consumers of what these new products bring. So I wonder if you could elaborate a bit about that.
Thanks, Brian. I just want to say, I think the interest in stable coins is very real. It's been burgeoning, I think, the interest and the talk about stable coins, what it means, and the use cases for it. I think we've kind of like regulatorily come to an agreement about what are stable coins and for a time, so-called stable coins. I think in terms of clarity, globally, you're starting to see a convergence in regulators around the world, drawing out clearer parameters, right, about what is a real stable coin. Because not all stable coins are kind of like made equal. So you have some that are actually more algorithmic, some are like a basket of certain different kind of assets. So for Singapore, we've put up for consultation to give regulatory clarity, which we know the industry would like. It's an MAS kind of like regulated stablecoin. So for that, we regulate mainly for value stability. So I think the key risks that we had in mind when talking about the MAS single currency stablecoin framework is to ensure that there's value stability. There are key requirements about what kind of currency can be used, but at the end of the day, the requirements like being able to redeem at par, not having the peg broken. And for these, then they will be able to get the label of MAS regulated stablecoins. So then segueing back into consumer education, so that's kind of like what we seek to do. We know that there are a lot of stable coins out there, but then how do consumers know what it means, right? Is it something that I can depend on? Is it something that is going to be volatile or something that's truly stable? So if it's an MES regulated stablecoin, there will be these safeguards in place. So currently, we don't ban other types of stablecoin for being used or circulated in Singapore. But if it's not an MES regulated stablecoin, they can't be labeled, of course, as MES regulated stablecoin. And the regulatory requirements and distribution frictions, which I'll talk about in a while, apply to these non-MES regulated stablecoins. So that's kind of like how we are trying to make that clear to consumers. So moving, I think, into more traditional cryptocurrency space, talking about risks, I think it's letting people know that this is not the same as like a security or bond. I think that was very early on something that we needed people to understand. We also realized that actually a lot of the retail consumers were dealing with entities that might be offshore or entities that in the early days weren't really already regulated in Singapore. So the early warnings was to say that you're dealing with unregulated entities. There would be no recourse. There are no MAS rules regarding how they distribute this to you. Your avenues of recourse might be limited. But of course, since 2019, 2020, we basically put together a Payment Services Act, where we regulate payment services, we regulate payment entities, wallets, remittance houses, all the way to money changers. And in there, we also regulate what we call digital payment tokens. So I think when we wrote that, we had like things like Bitcoin and Ether in mind. So when we first wrote those rules, the key risks was AML, CFT risks, also technology risks, because a lot of these tokens were of course distributed off technological platforms. When these then started to gain a little bit of popularity and we realized that there were advertisements for crypto popping up online and on bus stops, and I think consumers were starting to get hurt because they would put in a lot of money, not really understanding the risks and how volatile it could be, and they would lose money. So early on, maybe in, I think it was early 2020, we put actually a ban on advertising. So if you walk around Singapore, you won't be seeing crypto ads, unlike other jurisdictions. So that ban is still in place for now. The other thing that we had a key risk was segregation risks. I think we've come a long way, and I believe in really communicating and cooperating with the crypto industry. And I think when we said, look, there is a global movement in order to see what kind of regulations can be put in place, mainly for retail consumers. I mean, when it comes to sophisticated consumers, or when it comes to institutional consumers, I mean, usually as securities regulators, it's very, very light touch. So most of our focus was on retail guys, right? The people on the streets who might not exactly know what they're getting into.
Yeah,
So we actually worked
Abigail,
with the industry. We consulted industry associations on that as well.
Abigail, I'm going to have to give Varlam, we only got 2 minutes left, but you were on a roll there, but that's a lot of very good information. And again, MAS leads the world, I think, in protecting consumers, and that's a trust issue with the government of Singapore. So thank you for that. Varlam, I want to come to you.
Thank
we
you.
only have a couple minutes left here of that.
Last panel? I thought it's the last panel, no? So we have time. I'm joking.
Give it a try. Yeah?
Yeah, no problem. So what's the question about?
Well, we're going to continue on this, I think, financial literacy point and consumer protection, really, and the regulations, and who's responsible for educating the consumer here.
I think also it's important to whom you communicate. I think it doesn't make big sense to have expectation that end user would understand difference between token standard ERC20 versus ERC3643. And I think Sandbox, again, is a great tool of two-way learning. You, as a regulator, getting educated about new business models which are untested, and kind of a B2B way of learning from each other with business. We spent a lot of time communicating with this sector and spending time on spreading our key messages with fintech to make sure that what is the maximum risk appetite from our side, and I think end user in the end is interested in better service. So for end user, key is the better and cheaper service, and we need to be focused on educating sector participant and the market participants. That's our observation.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to what was, I think, an incredibly interesting panel. So join me in thanking the panelists. And Abigail, you're welcome to Astana next year. Okay.